there, everyone can access it, and now it's been a topic for talk shows, in classrooms. Everyone can access it and see the great potential of this technology, and it has really huge potential to advance AI even to something like artificial general intelligence, but on the in the same time it has a lot of risks and challenges. For example, cybercrime, deepfakes, even threatens our democracies, and also the protection of intellectual properties. I think these are only some examples of the risks and challenges, and recently there have been quite a couple of research studies on the effects of generative AI on the labor market, and this is the topic for us today, because generative AI will have huge effects on our living and our working conditions, and the studies suggest that many jobs will be affected by AI, by generative AI. This will be especially the case for office work, for knowledge work, and most of those studies assume that very many activities, work activities, can be replaced or at least supported by generative AI. And one of those studies has been published by the International Labour Organization, and we have one of the authors with us today. She's also Janine Berg. She's also an expert member of our working group. And this study encouraged us in the Future of Work working group to publish a policy brief. And we wanted to make the broader public, and especially policymakers, aware of the study results. So we summarized the main findings from the study, and we added like 10 recommendations for action for the policy level, because it was so obvious that it's no longer enough to just study the potential effects of AI on the labor market, on jobs, but we really need to take action. It's not like we are the victims of a predetermined fate or a predetermined future of work, but we can, and I think we really must, shape the future of work with generative AI so that it will be a desirable, a good future of work. And this is exactly the topic for our session today. The question is, how can we make the best of generative AI for a desirable future of work? And I'm very excited and very happy that we can discuss this topic today with our panelists. We have Nicolas Blanc on the right. He is our, let's say, the worker representative. He is the national secretary for one of the 5 major French confederations of trade unions. He is also an expert in our Future of Work working group, and is also a member of the steering committee of GPAI, and he's also an expert for the European Commission on digitalization and a member of the OECD AI Policy Observatory. Then we have Pamela Tchaikovsky. Sorry, I asked you before the session how to pronounce it correctly. Maybe you can repeat it later. Excuse me. She's kind of our government representative. She's the Deputy Director of Innovation and Technology at the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Poland. And she leads Poland's strategic efforts in responsible digitalization and within the AI. And she has a very profound tech knowledge in AI technologies from her earlier engagement as an AI architect at Microsoft. And besides the technical implementation, she was also from the very beginning interested in the technical implications and also societal impacts of AI. And she's also a lecturer at Kosminski University and Warsaw University of Technology. So welcome, we're very glad to have you here. Then Mark Levis, he's also, at the moment at least, not an expert of the Future of Work working group, but we hired him kind of as an external expert because for one of our upcoming projects, because he's one of the brightest bulbs in that area of researching the societal effects of AI at the workplace. He is a professor of sociology of technology and inequality a nice title. We discussed it before. At the School of Business and Economics of Maastricht University, and he's the program director of its Research Center for Education and the Labor Market. His main research interests are how automation will change the labor market. His team analyzes how this will impact the labor market and how it can be best governed. And they research also the impact of AI implementation on workers in firms. And then we have Janine Berg. He's a senior economist at the International Labour Organization in Geneva, Switzerland. And she's doing research on the economic and social effects of labor laws as well as policies for generating jobs. She's an author of several books and articles on employment, labor market, and the digital transformation of work. And she will kick off the session today because she will give a brief summary presentation of the ILO study I mentioned before. And then we will jump into the discussion. And after that, we will open the discussion for all of you, for the audience, for your comments and remarks. So if you have any questions with regards to the presentation, please note them down and we will come back to that later on. So Janine.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthias, for that really kind introduction. It's really an honor to be here with everybody and to discuss this topic. So as Matthias explained, I'm an economist with the International Labour Organization in Geneva, Switzerland, and along with some colleagues, Pavel Gimbrich and David Boscond, we wrote a working paper that was published back in August on the topic of generative AI and job quality and job quantity. So what we did was an analysis of how generative AI could potentially affect the quantity and quality of jobs at a global scale. There had been some studies that had been done on the US and Europe, but there hadn't been any studies that had been done globally, so that was our contribution. And as Matthias mentioned, this work was then the inspiration for a policy brief that was published by GPAI I believe it was in September of this year, which you can all find online at the GPAI website. So let me just highlight some of the main findings of the study. Basically what we did is we took the International Standard of Classification of Occupations. There's 436 occupations at the 4-digit level. This, what we call the ISCO, is used internationally. It was developed by the International Conference of Labor Statisticians, which is, the ILO is the secretariat for that. It meets every 5 years and discusses what should be the international standards with respect to labor market statistics. The current ISCO is from 2008. They're in the process of updating that, and the new one should be released in about 3 years' time. But we worked with the ISCO from 2008. And what we did is we actually used ChatGPT-4 to do this analysis. So it was a good analysis for us because it allowed us to see to what extent the technology could actually assist economists in their jobs. So it gave us some insights. So in this first graph, what you see is the 9 broad ISCO categories. So there's 436 occupations at the 4-digit level, then there's fewer at the 3-digit level, the 2-digit level, and then the 1-digit level of the broad categories. And this is, in our analysis, we basically looked at all of everybody's tasks. For each of the 436 occupations, there's 10 tasks. So you go to work every day, and you do a lot of different tasks during your day. And some of these tasks could benefit from the technology, and some tasks probably can't. So we did an analysis of all of the different tasks within these occupations, how many of them have the potential to be automated by generative AI technology. So this doesn't consider other types of technology, but it is the broad scope of generative AI technology. And so when you put all the tasks together and you aggregate it by the 9 big occupational groups, the green is those tasks within that so in this first category of clerical support workers, those tasks, 58% have a medium exposure to generative AI technology, 24% have a high exposure to generative AI technology. If you look at the other categories, you see some exposure, but not nearly as much. So technicians and associate professionals, service and sales workers, all really about 25%, of their tasks have a medium exposure to the technology. And then if you look at some of the other occupations on the bottom, much less exposure, which of course is understandable given that this is generative AI technology. So in some of the technologies such as crafts and related workers, they're not going to really be using it very much. Plant and machine operators, there might be a few tasks that they could use, but on the whole, really very, very limited exposure. So here, just to give you another viewpoint of this analysis. So on the left here we have managers, and on the right we have clerical support workers. So this is taking the distribution of the 10 tasks within each of the occupations. So that I know you can't read on the left what the occupations are, but that's okay. It's really just to give you a sense of what the analysis is showing. So if you look at the managers, you'll see that really to the left of that purple line is low exposure. So managers, they have to talk with their employees, they have to deal with clients. Those are tasks that wouldn't be affected by the technology, and so low exposure. But then of course they have a few tasks that could be. So you see this kind of almost a bimodal distribution on the exposure. But if you look at clerical support workers on the right, you see a very different picture, a much higher exposure, like I showed you in the previous graph. Now this has implications for countries like India, where you have many people in business process outsourcing that could be potentially affected by the technology. Okay, so then once we had these scores, what we did was then look at all the different occupations that existed in the world. So we took the latest labor force surveys. At the ILO, we have 170 labor force surveys. We have a huge microdata repository. We don't have it at the 4-digit level for all countries, but we built a model to basically make an estimate for the 170 countries to really have a global picture of how they could potentially be affected. So a few caveats here. This is potential exposure. This doesn't mean that the technology is necessarily going to be adopted. And you have, of course, a lot of bottlenecks in many countries. In many countries, you don't have good access to electricity. You don't have good access to broadband. You don't have the digital skills. The technology is expensive. The labor might be cheap. Maybe the organization doesn't want to use the technology. Maybe they use the technology, doesn't work well. There's a lot of caveats. So this is just an upper bound threshold. But of course, this is not including other types of technology that could affect jobs. So on the bottom is automation potential, and on the top is augmentation potential. So let me start with the automation potential. So what we see is that at the global level, 2.3% of employment has the possibility of being exposed or potentially automated by this technology, which translates to 75 million jobs. This has a much greater impact in high-income countries and a very little impact in low-income countries. Now, this is not because of the caveats I spoke about. It's because of the different way that employment is distributed in poorer countries. So in poorer countries, you have much higher concentration of workers in agriculture. You have much greater number relative of workers who are in transport, food vendors, all these sorts of occupations that wouldn't be affected by this sort of technology. So this is why you have these different numbers. This doesn't include the caveats. Now, one thing that you should keep in mind, the orange is women and the blue is men. And the reason you have much higher concentration, much higher effect on the women is because women are more likely to be in clerical support jobs. So women in general in the world have a lower labor force participation, but when they are participating in the labor market, jobs tend to be sex segregated, so you have a lot more women in these clerical support occupations, which means that women are more likely to be affected. Now, if you look at the top panel, that's augmentation. So those are those jobs where they can use this technology to do some of their tasks, but they're not necessarily going to be automated because they have to do other things. They do other things during their day, such as the managers that I mentioned earlier. So here you see that actually this is a much more kind of equal distribution. 13% of employment has the potential to be augmented in our analysis, and then more equal distribution among countries, whether they're either low income or high income. Now, one other thing that one needs to keep in mind is that this does not include jobs that could be created by the technology. And we know that with every technological shift, there's new occupations that come about. There's occupations that leave, there's new occupations that come. So I always like to give the example of mobile phone repair shops. They didn't exist 15 years ago. Now every country in the world, seems like every corner, there's mobile phone repair shops. So this is just an example of new jobs that could be created. And of course, one of the important new jobs that has been created is the training of AI systems. So all of the workers who work with the training data in AI systems, that's a new job that has been created. Okay, so the title of the policy brief is The Big Unknown. And what we're trying to highlight in this brief is that, well, there's still some jobs that we're not really sure whether they could be automated or augmented. And it's really a policy decision. So it's maybe a policy decision at a higher level, but it's also an organizational decision of how that technology is incorporated in the workplace and how that worker is potentially affected. And so if you see on this graph here, so the blue are the augmentation jobs that I showed you before, the red are the automated jobs, and then the green are these kind of big unknown, we don't know. So my job as an economist is actually part of this big unknown. So it depends. I was able to use this technology to do this analysis. Probably won't be, but I'm speaking to you here today. That's not something that the generative AI technology could do. So it's how is it going to be used in the workplace? And this is where we really wanted to focus on in the policy brief, and this is where we had discussions about, well, what does this mean in terms of policy? So we came up with these 10 recommended policy actions, basically to encourage policymakers, business leaders to think about how technology could be incorporated in a way that's beneficial for society. So I'm just going to go through this list. So the first one is about financing research on mitigating the impacts of AI on jobs. We have some indications of what the big picture are, but we need to know more about at the sectoral, at the occupational level, what the potential effects could be, and that's of course some of the work that we hope to do in this next year at GPAI. Creating national advisory boards on the future of AI and work. These are really important discussions to be having. So to the extent that countries can incorporate this at the national level and think about it, that would be useful. Incentives for augmentation investments, particularly in small and medium-sized firms. We know that there is also this potential within the augmentation that if the technology isn't adopted, there could be increases in the productivity gaps. And this could be true between poorer countries and richer countries, but also between larger firms and small firms. Worker retraining programs, that was a very important part of any policy package. Investing in higher education. Doing some sort of monitoring on the impacts of generative AI on the workforce. Social insurance funds. This is really important for people who are potentially going to lose their jobs, that they have the social protection that they need to retrain and to find other work. Public awareness about this. Increasing the flexibility and the resilience of labor markets, and international benchmarks of fair work in AI. And this refers to a panel that we discussed yesterday about how to ensure that the new jobs that are created of data trainers, for example, are good jobs. So I will leave you with this, and I now turn the floor back to Matthias. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Janine, for this overview. Maybe one quick question to you, because you already highlighted that there will be new jobs also whenever new technology is coming in. But the analysis is mainly really based on the current occupations. Occupations will change, job profiles will change. What is your perspective here? Do you think how will job profiles be changed, and can we learn anything from a study like this in terms of, will we have a big unemployment in the next few years? What is your guess on that?
Yeah, so I mean, we do these studies really to give a kind of a larger indicative picture, and the numbers shouldn't be taken for so specifically, because there's a lot of caveats in any type of analysis like this. And this was a global study. So really what's needed is to look more at the national level. So indeed, we've actually shared some of our data with some countries that have been interested, who want to do kind of a more in-depth national study of what the potential effects could be. And the other thing is really to then look at occupations. So I think Mark will probably speak about this, but to what extent are particular occupations, could they be effective? Can we do some sort of analyses of occupations on how they could use the generative AI in a way that's positive for them and for the companies and for the organizations that they're working for? So yeah, it's hard to say if there's going to be a huge unemployment problem. I don't think that that's the message that we're trying to say. I mean, on the one hand, one message is it's not necessarily going to be the jobs apocalypse. There's been a lot of discussion in the press about the fear of mass unemployment. Our numbers don't indicate that, so that's one good thing. But of course, there are people that are going to be affected, and we shouldn't minimize what the social cost is of a particular displacement. And so that's why it's really important to have to be thinking now about what are some of the policies that could be put in place to protect workers that could be displaced, and then what sectors can countries be investing in that could be a source of new jobs. So we know that we need to be financing a just transition. We know that in the care economy, for example, there's huge labor shortages around the world of medical personnel. So there's a lot of sectors that could use investment that could be a source of good jobs. And so it's really a kind of a call for policymakers to, let's think about these things and let's try to minimize the negative impacts as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. Pamela, you are our government representative, so to say. What is your takeaway from studies like this? What do you think can or should governments do in order to take up these results, and what can you do as governments in order to shape a desirable future of work with this new technology?
Yeah, am I audible? Yeah, I hope so. Okay, good. What I think is great is like the study has also the policy brief, which is like a lot of that is there for us to see as governments and sort of follow up. But what I want to mention specifically from the Polish perspective here is that, first of all, we see that the key to all of it is research. Is that if we don't research what's going on, we don't know, because that's the big unknown. So we need to know how the labor market looks like. And luckily, this year has been done a big study in Poland, done by an NGO, Digital Poland, which basically tries to push Poland forward into the digitalization process. And they found out a couple of very interesting things looking at the labor market situation. Because that's true that around 40% of Polish people think that AI will take more jobs than give, and 20%, so half of that, think that it will give more jobs than take. So we have this sort of 50% difference in this one, which I still think is lower than I thought. So this is, I think, for me, a hopeful sign that the Polish people trust, let's say trust in AI, that it will give us something valuable. But on the other hand, we're closely monitoring the unemployment rates. And this is the one thing that we're trying to see, but of course the problem with generative AI is that it's a relatively new thing. So how can we closely monitor something, and the unemployment rates, which at that point in Poland is 3%, so it's very low. The point is, it changes, fluctuates very slowly, and people can basically have a leave of 3 months or 6 months, so it's not so easy to see it by this. So we're trying to ask around and have discussions on a daily basis when it comes to jobs and how people are coming to us and saying how they're using generative AI. So that's one thing. And a second thing which I want to highlight, which I think is very important, except of course for reskilling, upskilling, is that it's not only digital skills that we need to teach. And this is a thing that we're very strongly for, is that we need to teach the so-called skills of the future, which is like creativity, flexibility, the ability to see different things, and critical thinking, especially with generative AI. So we're trying to push not only for campaigns related to digital skills, in this case that will help us augment the jobs, but also for the skills that will help us work with AI better. And another number that I will give, which is that at the moment, we're still trying to put this augmentation forward as government. So we, in this same study, was shown that only 4% of workers in Poland, of course this has been a study, as I mentioned, from the Digital Poland, use AI, all the AI, not only generative AI, at work, always or very often. And 40% never or very least often. So we see that still this understanding of AI and using AI in labor markets in Poland is still low. So from our side, the point is to push forward the augmentation and the collaborative AI so that we can put the augmentation in front of the automation, the full automation.
Okay, yeah, very interesting. I think this is a good observation. I think even if you think of yourself, you might have tried it out, and maybe, I don't know if you really use it on a very regular basis for your own job. I think this is really an interesting point. Mark, you are mainly researching on the firm level. So you are doing analysis how the use of AI is changing working conditions, productivity, organizations, and so forth, worker satisfaction. Can you report any best practice strategies for companies, how to introduce this technology, how to transform themselves?
I can, but I want to take a bit of a leap here and start with research we previously did, if you're okay with that. So it's that's more macro level research, and it kind of touches on some of the issues that Janine mentioned. I think the discussion about whether or not this will lead to mass unemployment is not the right discussion to have. So what you'll probably see is that AI will change its tasks of jobs all across the economy, all across the labor market. And what you could end up with is, on the one hand, a group of people who have skills that are obsolete, and on the other hand, a large group of vacancies that you cannot fill anymore. I think that's the main issue. And then the question is not how can we prevent unemployment, but the question becomes, to become productive and have all these technologies work for us, we have to have the labor force in place to make sure that we can actually use it in the way it helps people to become most productive. So the question is one of augmentations versus substitution, and that takes place at the task level. New jobs that will be created will require different skills than the jobs that will disappear. And I think the OECD did a study on the extent to which jobs change. In OECD countries, I think between 28% and I think 50% of jobs will change. That differs between countries, of course, because of AI. And I'm not just talking about GenAI, but about AI in general. Now that brings me to the best practices at the firm level, because after the research, the macro level research, we started to focus on firms, because what you could see is that the impact differs widely between occupations and also between countries. You want to really focus on understanding what happens on the ground for different occupations if you really want to see how jobs change. And then the question is best practices for whom, right? Who will benefit and who will not, and best practices to what extent. So I guess, and you have to understand the research, the small research that we do, the micro level research, we do it in a very specific institutional context in Germany, which has very strong labor protection and so forth. Take that into account. I guess the firms that are most able to overcome all sorts of bottlenecks in their implementation process, be they organizational, technical, human capital bottlenecks, they succeed best in implementing the stuff on the ground. And in Germany, that means that you have to talk to labor unions, you have to talk to workers, you have to sit down and figure out what the decisions that you make to increase your productivity mean for the workers that are in place right now. And that means a dialogue about reskilling opportunities, about job molding, about really understanding what the implications are, and then figuring out how to implement that. So for me, that's kind of a model for best practice. But the problem, of course, is that you cannot just take a policy that works in one institutional setting and then transport it to a different country because of different cultural embeddedness, different institutional arrangements, and so forth. So that's, I guess, the main issue now is, how can you learn from the best practices that take place in one cultural setting and one institutional setting, and then extrapolate it to a different setting? That's the main issue. And I guess the best strategies, and I guess that is universal, are strategies that figure out the type of skills needed given the workforce that you have to implement this technology in occupations in the workforce in a given labor market setting.
So, if I summarize correctly, then it's mainly about really identifying the needed skills on the one hand side, but what you said, especially from your German studies, is that participation is also a big topic. Workers' participation, and this brings me to Nicola. You are the worker representative, and so in many, if it's on the firm level, they always ask about productivity, about new business models based on AI and so forth. But the question is, how can we get something positive out also for the workers? Do you see any potential for the workers, for the benefit of the workers, when it comes to the use of generative AI at the workplace?
Yes, thank you for the question. It depends, I think it depends how we will use the technology. Because as you know, AI is not deterministic. I think it's very important to know that. And I think what we has learned in the ILO study, job will be replaced or augmented. I think it's very important. But for augmented position, I think before. For the replaced jobs, I think anticipation is a key factor, because we need, for example, for the big unknown, we need, in our policy brief, for example, we ask for a policy focus, because it's very important at a high level to define what we want to know, what we want to do with the technology. And after that, we can discuss for example, for reskilling, upskilling. Reskilling is very important, because for replaced jobs, we need to work before it arrives, because we need to discuss about skills, competencies, soft skills, hard skills. It's very important to define the future of work. I think it's very important for that. And after that, the technology could be useful in a good way. For example, in a hand-to-hand, it could be very important, because we can work. It can improve the quality, the intensity, the job. It could be very useful, but it could be also in a bad way. For example, algorithm management could be very powerful, and you can decrease the quality of job. You can improve the intensity, but not in a good way, because you are. Often I said it could be human is a loop, because you have to, every time you have notification, you have to do more and more with AI. So I think it's good, but it could be safer too. So that we need to regulate. I think it's very important to define what we want to do with the technology, because it could be a powerful tool, very good for productivity. But we have to define, as we explained in our policy brief, we have to define what we want to do at the workplace before. It's very important to define with workers representative at the workplace, to define. I noticed that it depends on the design of integration at workplace. It's very important. So to do that, we have to define, to anticipate. And we have to discuss with employees what they want to do about strategy about AI. Very important to define high level, at the firm level, and after that to define that for competencies, skills, and we can do everything you need for workers.
Thank you. So that means we need regulation on the governmental level or on the bigger level?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very important to define. For example, we just have the AI Act, the new AI Act. It can define it's a high-risk approach. It's a very interesting approach, because it's very good for innovation. It's good for innovation, and it's good for regulation too. You can handle. I think it's important to do that. And it's a label. It's a label market. That's very important for European market. And after that, we can discuss if we have, for example, fundamental right impact assessment. I think it's very important, because you define, it's a social by design approach. You can define fundamental right impact assessment. You can define social assessment, for example, for reskilling people, something like that. You have to define at the top level, and after that you can do everything. So I think it's important to have a framework to define how we want to use. It could be a policy focus at national level. We can define national level, European level. At global level, it's important too to define the rules. But I think it could be very important for workers' representative to have a framework to know how we can work with the technology. Because after that, without that, it could be how to say that? It's like Far West. We don't know. It's very complicated to work, because today you already have some application very powerful with AI. So, but it's a black box effect. We don't know anything about that. After that, we can discuss about Microsoft Copilot, something like that. Could be interesting. Thank you.
Mark, you want to follow up with that?
Yeah, very much so. I think speed is a key variable in understanding the impact that AI will eventually have on the labor market. The faster development goes, the faster innovation goes, the faster market diffusion goes, the larger the impact, the larger the job destruction in a short period of time. and the fewer time people have to figure out what types of new jobs will be there. And here, labor market regulation is actually key in slowing the process down, although it will not stop it. It will give people some time to come up with more innovative policies to actually reskill the labor market. So I would advocate a combination of both, where you figure out a good skill strategy for your labor force and some form of employment protection in place, organized labor and so forth, to ensure that the immediate impact is a bit slower than it should be without these policies. We did some quantified scenario studies on this, showed that pretty convincingly.
This is an interesting remark, because we always look on the rates of uptake of the technology, how many firms use AI already, and we want to speed it up, in terms of technical innovation. And now you say we need to slow it down. This is one of the major issues between tech and human-oriented research, or what would you say?
Well, again, that goes back to the question, good for whom, right? And so these things, they'll have tremendous productivity promises. The optimizing processes can dramatically increase productivity of economies. I have no doubt about that. But they will probably also have tremendous societal impacts. And I guess the balance is where you want to be as a country. You want to strike a right balance, because nobody's economy is helped by large groups of people becoming unemployed. And I guess also this is where then government has a role to play. I fully agree that these things are manageable. They're not, you said, these are not things that come to us from outside and then we just have to accept what is given. There are, levers we can pull and buttons we can push to at least manage this into a more manageable situation.
Thanks, Jenny.
Yeah, so I just want to touch on the whole point of job quality and the augmentation. So augmentation can be a very positive thing. It can improve productivity, but the way it's incorporated into the workplace could also have negative effects on job quality. If, for example, people's decision-making is taken away because now the algorithm's deciding everything. So those sorts of things will cause greater stress for workers at the workplace, and they could have maybe in the medium term negative effects on really the productivity. So this is why this discussion, this workers' engagement, is so important. So on the one hand, if you have unionization, you have collective bargaining, this could be something that comes out of the collective bargaining negotiation, how the technology is incorporated to the extent that workers are involved in the design process, that there's feedback mechanisms, that if the technology is affecting the workers' day-to-day tasks in a negative way, that they can go to the manager and the technology can be tweaked or whatever. But if you don't have unionization, you can at least have this workers' engagement, and this will make a big impact in just people's day-to-day job quality. I mean, the literature on job quality is very clear that you have two different dimensions. You have an extrinsic dimension, which is the contract you have, your pay, your working hours, but you have intrinsic dimensions, which is really about your freedom to make decisions, the supportive environment, whether you have workers colleagues that support you, managers that support you. All of these things are really important for mitigating burnout and ultimately for improving workers' productivity.
And I will just add one thing from the government side, which I think is very important, is that to have the worker participation, we need to have the worker understanding. And to have the worker understanding, we need to have a very broad program in which we show them, this is AI, look, it's not something dangerous, you can pet them, and it's going to help you in your job if we do it right, and we need to do it together. So the point is not only that we need to educate on the very early level, and everything starts with education of the people, when they're young. And this is a problem we have right now, because the case is that the AI revolution or evolution, however we want to call it, is now. And the education of the young people, starts now as well. So this is a very thing that the workers' unions and the employers and also the government need to put hand in hand, because otherwise we're not going to manage the reskilling, upskilling, and the idea that this flexibility is the important thing that we need to foster.
Yeah, very, very interesting point. Very important thing, I guess. The awareness in the citizenship, in the worker, but at the workers' level, it will be a very important precondition for participation. Yeah, that's true.
Now, a quick remark about speed. You said speed is complicated. against regulation. I just give you an example with the AI Act. The regulators define Annex 3. Annex 3 is about high-risk exposure, high-risk AI activities. So it's very interesting because you can add or remove some activities. About you can define what activities is high risk or not, and you can move or you can add. Or it's very important because it shows how a regulation could be flexible about that. You know, it could be interesting. So to me, it's not opposite. You can have a regulation. The speed of technology. You have ChatGPT. Now you have Gemini. Is the new tool coming from Google. So you know it's like that. So we need regulation. We need new products. It's okay. We know how to handle that.
Yeah, maybe you mentioned the AI Act, and Pamela, you have been involved in negotiating and designing the AI Act. Would you say that the topic of working conditions, AI at the workplace, is considered in a good way or in a sufficient way? Would you say what are the guardrails that we need in such a regulation place?
Yeah, I'm a tech person, and I never thought I would say that I like a regulation or that I'm fond of a regulation, and I have to say I'm really fond of this regulation, so we got there. But what I think is important, the most important thing is that the work is not covered very much. And this is a thing that we need to put up front and say that this is what it is, and we need to do a lot on the level of European member countries so that we can put as we're talking here, the right labor market up front. The point is that the main point is that the labor unions, which is a very great thing, there's our two, let's say, main bodies in the AI Act that are going to do stuff with the solutions that are going to be coming, which is the A office and the A advisory board. And the A advisory board, which is helping the A office make decisions if the solution is, let's say, acceptable or not, it is designed to have the labor union experts inside of it. So this is great that we are saying we need you there on board so that you can help us make those decisions. And another thing which is there in the AI Act, which is that if the model or any AI solution is regarding the hiring process, so the process of recruitment, it is default high risk. So this is a high-risk solution, and the work analytics, so let's say how good you are at your job, we can say, or if your job is being done productively, is medium risk, but can be brought up to the high risk and recommended by advisory board that this is, for example, a high-risk solution. So this is very good that we see that this labor things connected to how we hire people and how people stay in their jobs and how they are performing are taking into the risk assessment. So this is very important. But this is also a good point to say that this is not enough and that we need more. And to be honest, I don't have a right answer, which is say, oh, we have this policy ready in Poland and it's ready to go and generative AI is there, because it's not. But what I'm thinking is maybe a controversial idea and of course needs to be discussed is like I'm always struggling between this regulation and the free hand of the market. The market will regulate itself in this way that people can choose what they want to do. But on the other hand, I think that what we need to push forward a bit, and this is what Janine has mentioned, is that the need for certain jobs is different and gonna differ. So that what we can do is, for example, education is in Poland is mostly public, so that we have, let's say, access to say what new studies or what new things are opening or closing at the university. So by this, we can influence how many people are going to be in the certain jobs or certain markets, and we can promote certain things. So this is, I think, a good thing in which we can maybe move towards if the job market is going to be more flexible even than it is now.
Yeah, I would love to follow up on that because I think you're absolutely right. And there's two comments I want to make. And the first is we tend to think of regulation as something that stifles growth. And in this case, I guess, if you do the regulation right, it is something that actually facilitates growth, because you put the regulation in place not for the regulation's own sake, but as a means to the end. And the end is then to put the human capital in place that helps you gain the productivity gains to be made from this technology. So you slow down a little bit the implementation, but just with the express intent to reap the economic benefits from that afterwards. And that brings me to the second point. Reskilling is essential, and we have the same issue. We have our education is also mostly publicly organized, and what we've done now is just we've granted access of universities and universities of applied sciences and vocational schools to this private market of adult education, and we build the infrastructure to basically reskill the entire Dutch labor force, if need be, based on research, where we try to research for all these different occupations what the potential or most plausible impact is. And then we start from there. So we start from trying to understand what the labor market needs in the future will be like. And then we task universities just with building courses to facilitate the needs. That's a huge nationwide project. And I think we think that gives us the most flexible response to this potentially disruptive technology.
Yeah, very good. I think maybe one topic that is all around in this discussion is also the question of inequalities. And we've seen in your analysis that you differentiate between different countries by low income, high income, and so forth. But one interesting finding was also that females seem to be stronger impacted by generative AI or their jobs. So would you say that generative AI might even increase social inequalities? And if yes, what could we do about it?
So yeah, so that's really gets back to this issue of how it's managed. So certainly the occupations that are most likely to have the greater risk of automation are jobs that women tend to be in more, but also they also have more potential effects to be augmented by the technology. So this could be, again, about very positive things depending on how it's integrated. For the jobs that have the potential to be automated, here we really see the need for developing social protection programs that can be more directed at women, making it easier, at least for women, to access these programs, skills training programs. So all of this is really important for accompanying whatever transitions in the labor market are going to occur. But then for the potential for augmentation, this is where the workers' engagement is really important. This is where the broader policy discussions that we've been talking about are really important, so that women can have the awareness, the training to use the technology in their work in a productive way that can be ultimately beneficial. So it's really going to be this is the big unknown. This is really our opportunity to actually use these policies in an effective way that can make the change more positive.
Yeah, okay. Mark, you're a professor for inequalities, technology and inequalities. What would you say? What is the biggest risk here? Is it inequalities between male and female workers? Is it between higher income, lower income, or higher educational level, or is it between the global north and the global south? Where do you see the biggest risks?
Yeah, I think the questions that Janine is asking are exactly the right questions. So the impact, so there's two dimensions to this. First is the impact it will have on tasks of occupations, and the second is, so are you exposed to it, and the extent to which that is the case? Is your job susceptible to it? And the second is, will you be substituted by it, or will you be augmented by it? And I guess that's why the great unknown, or the big unknown, is also such a well-chosen title for this project, because there's a lot we really don't know. And I really, so professors don't know everything, right? This is one of the things that we have to figure out, and fast too, how this plays out for different groups of people, how this plays out for people in different countries. What I will say though is this: there is a fair chance that GenAI will change the way expert knowledge will be used. Will probably make expert knowledge better available to larger groups of people, but the consequences of that are also still very much unknown. Right? So will it make experts, particularly given the fact that these models still hallucinate quite extensively, and that there's interesting papers trying to deal with that, but this probably will always be some form of problems that will haunt these models. So one of the hypotheses is that GenAI will make experts more into superstars, And if you compare it to the legal profession, for example, you could get superstar lawyers, and the paralegals become the aides to the model, right? So there's these types of hypotheses, and how that then will play out on a global scale. Well, that's for everybody to figure out. I guess that these are the main issues that we have to research now, and we have to research them fast. And that's also what we're doing now with this project.
Yeah, thanks. Nicola?
Thank you. That's why I think the role of a social dialogue is fundamental for that. And there was in 2022 an OECD study shaping the transition, very important, and they define social dialogue is an important instrument for involving and building consensus among the main stakeholders in the labor market. I think it's very important to reduce inequalities at firm level to discuss, because it will produce some inequalities between men, women, something like that, between workers, different level. So we have social dialogue is a powerful tool. So I think it's very important to remain that and to work on that today, because if we want ethical, trustworthy AI, it's also social dialogue, I think.
I will also add one thing, which is that to get this done is very hard with generative models, which are not explainable and which are not that easy to understand by literally anyone. The Twitter wars about does it understand anything, or if it doesn't understand anything, by the most prominent computer scientists at the time, they're still going on. And from our governmental point of view, what we're trying to do is we're trying to put a big effort to make open data and create an open LLM, open Polish LLM, which will be open source. So the point is that you can use it and you can take it and you can build your product on it, but then it will be easier for understanding of the people that are involved in the process. And we have a lot of promotion of explainable AI, so our GPAI researchers, and we're trying to say, you will be the actual heroes of this hour, because you will be able to tell the people who these models are affecting why the decision is being made. And this is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the workplace. Yeah, and decisions. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe, thank you so far. Maybe I would like to open the stage for all of you. Are there any comments or questions from the audience?
Thank you. Lovely presentation and lovely talks. Just one question, in your presentation, Janine, you had said that public awareness. So what do you mean public awareness? Are you trying to make the people aware or the workers aware, or are they analogous to each other?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's both, because it really starts with education. So that's very much a public awareness issue, because parents need to be involved, children need to be involved, and then of course at the workplace. And the workplace awareness would really hinge on this dialogue with, amongst managers and employees at the workplace. So I would say it's everybody, because if you want a societal response where there's a lot of buy-in, you have to have as broad an awareness as possible.
Thank you. Second question, I should have asked it alongside. Now, this survey, did it talk about jobs which will happen, or will it happen, or has it already happened? Because I assume I'm not economist, so I assume there will be a subtle difference. So that is it. And thank you, Mark, for telling us that experts will not be off the radar. General trend is that GenAI will remove the experts from the field, but yes, now you are superstars. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is just a picture in time based on the latest labor force survey data. So some of this change has already happened. Some of that could happen, but there's no real timeline. And like I said, it's not about the precise numbers. It's really about the indication of the change.
There was another question.
Thank you very much to the panel. That was very interesting. But I do have a couple of points. One is that you're mentioning slowing down the development of AI and the work that's going on there. The reality of it is that this is a product that can be monetized. So where money is concerned, nobody's going to slow anything down. So we have to keep up with, very quickly, the regulations that are going to protect people, their jobs, their work, their income, their data, and of course data is money as well. So unfortunately, no, I don't believe, in all honesty, that it is going to slow down. We need to be faster. My company is in healthcare and training, and one of the important things that we do, because we use, it's an advanced primary healthcare, we use a lot of AI, robotics and machine automation. We recognise that people are terrified. And we're talking about ordinary people that don't understand what AI. They listen to all this rubbish that comes out that says, oh, you're going to lose all your jobs and AI is going to take over the world. This is how frightened people are. So we have to make a very strong effort to use our humanity in synergy with the AI that we've got. It's not that we can invent machines or programs or Gemini to do the work of humans. We have to work with the system, and in doing so we have to educate people not only what AI is about, and there's two areas there. We use fully immersive training, so we can actually bring in people, teach them to use our machines, teach them how to talk to people who have mental health problems, to actually be a part of the development, and they get certified. And if you've ever done the immersive training, and you look at the training figures, certainly in the UK, the retention levels on fully immersive training is 75%, which is enormous compared to normal. I mean, online training is generally a waste of time anyway. People are far too busy going to do their washing machine or have their coffee on or whatever. So you've got something that's fully immersive. Now with that, you also have access to a diverse range of people. So you have third world countries, you have people without money that don't have access to normal training that we can bring into the jobs market or the training market and give those people certified educational histories. And in doing that, we will have already identified, so for example, in healthcare, we already know we're something like 5 million doctors short by 2030. So if we start with using this immersive training with young people now, with 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, with the universities, it's fast, it's cost effective, we can get buy-in, people feel good after doing it and have achieved it. So it's up to people like us to get a move on and get this going, to get the regulations in the same way as we have companies regulated around the world, which are, you know, they have, we call it British standards, but there's different, you know, you've got CMARC and FDA and all sorts. AI is just another tool in a business. We can regulate that in a very sensible way and license it and start at the very beginning and catch up with what we've missed so far. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone who wants? Yeah.
Yeah, I already had the mic. Mic up. Thank you. Yeah, far from it to be for me to say normatively what I think should be done. So I'm just trying to report what the research tells us, and the research is pretty unequivocal. In countries that have a more tight labor force protection, the impact is a bit slower. And my point is merely that if you need the time to have proper reskilling strategies in place, and this is a lever one can pull. I fully agree. In most of Western countries, we have a labor shortage at the moment, and AI can be a solution there. But then you still need the human capital in place to make sure that all these algorithms can be implemented in the different countries. In the different companies and different organizations. So I guess that's why I said here, regulation can also be a productivity enhancer because it can give you the time and buy you the time to put the human capital strategies in place needed to reap the gains from this technology.
Let me just jump in on that really quickly. I don't think the point was that we should slow down technological development. What we don't want is kind of knee-jerk reactions of how this technology should be put into workplaces. So we want to have at least enough time to have dialogue at the workplaces and design at the workplaces where you have worker feedback, worker involvement, and how technology is integrated into workplace practices. I think we all have experiences with when, you know, there's a new software that we have to use one day at our jobs and the software does not work well. I mean, that's the type of thing we're talking about, and that can affect people's day-to-day job quality. So it's just more, let's think about this in a more workplace democratic fashion of how technology is adopted at the workplace.
Cool, thank you. Any other comments?
Hi Pamela. So my question is, so the product which I am using right now, it can 90% replace a supply chain manager work in a tire company. So when I talk to him, he feels vulnerable because of that situation. So I want to know, like, can you give some example where you can say that, you know, this is my product, you can pay it. So, like, how to balance those things.
Well, I'm asked for a sales pitch, and I'm not sure if I'm very good at that. But what I think is, let's say, operational manager, and what I think we need to focus on is that usually, you know, the point is 90% of the time. Is that really 90? And if it's 90, is the 10% really the work that the person would like to be doing? And maybe that's a thing which gives them the space to, as we said, the decision making. That's the important thing. So I would focus on this augmentation point, which is like the tool just gives you partially the ability to focus on the things that you probably would like more to do than, you know, putting papers from right side to the left side and then back to the right side. So that's what I think is the important point. And if this product gives the person that, that's a win.
Okay. Answered your question, or you have a follow-up question? No, thanks.
Yeah, my question is to all: is AI is vulnerable to our creativity and our learning, to all of you?
So you mean if AI can support our
AI
creativity and our learning?
is vulnerable? Means ki decreasing our creativity, because we are going to the portal and what the paper we are going to release, we don't read the journals. We go to AI, we type the subject and it will give us a paper, and then we will give it to the seniors. And it is means the creativity is going. Earlier I used to read 10 to 15 paper, then I used to write only one note. So my question is, it is vulnerable to our creativity and learning.
Yeah.
So, and how we can prevent it? Thank you.
Good question, interesting one. Who wants to take on that?
I get to say one thing, which is that this is, sadly, it's not like a black and white thing. We cannot say, yeah, AI is going to enhance your creativity always or never. The point is that that's why I think we mentioned this skills of the future, which one of them is the thinking of critical thinking and creativity. And you're absolutely right. We created something in Poland for teachers, which is like how not to use generative AI. And the point is that the document says generative AI is great for many things. And these are, you can create lessons, you can create some maybe test drafts, but then in the end of the day, what counts during your lesson is the collaboration between students. Is how one lesson, for example, is create some, take ChatGPT, take some text, for example, what is mitochondria, what is a bottle, and then compare it to the source which is checked. Is it true or is it not true? Or is it good answer? Why is it not good? Compare different engines. This is a thing that fosters creativity, but we need to make it into the program of learning of all the small and the big people, let's say, so that, because otherwise, as you said, our creativity will probably be diminished.
Yeah, I think this maybe I can add something to that, because schools are a very good example, I think, or universities where it's currently under discussion if you need bachelor thesis or something like this anymore if students use ChatGPT to write them. And I think one good approach that I heard from a colleague of mine, he said he forces the students to use ChatGPT or any other generative AI for doing their thesis, and they have to really document how GenAI can help them to come up with a better paper, with a better thesis. So they really have to reflect on how it helps them to get better. And I think, on the other hand, your comment is very very important, because I think if you say normally you used to read 10 papers a week or something, if you research for a specific topic, you come across so many interesting things by chance, and this all might be lost if you just get a quick answer. And I think you're right, very many times innovation is a question of connecting things in your brain that doesn't belong together in the first place. And if you don't have these, if you don't have this knowledge anymore, how can you come up with new ideas? Maybe this is a big concern, and I really share this with you. But Mark, you also wanted to.
Yeah, I wanted to ask maybe a provocative question, and that is, would that be so bad if we have to give up some of the tasks that we now think belong to the creative domain to a machine that might be doing them faster and maybe even better? Is that so bad? So the real creative processes are generally involve thinking out of the box, and will probably be very hard to automate just because, lack of, dare I say, training data on stuff like this. But I give the example of poetry. There's been an algorithm that can write poetry long before ChatGPT was around. Very bad poetry. Everybody agrees. If you read it, it's horrible. But there's some very bad poetry written by humans as well, right? So why is it so bad that we have students write essays using ChatGPT, particularly if the essays in the end become better by it? I'm not that threatened by this at all. But maybe that's a question also for the audience, whether or not we think this is a bad thing or not. It kind of depends on your perspective, I think.
So I think about the creativity and the teacher topic that was just touched upon. I come from those days where we had these open book tests. Professor used to give a quiz, and we were allowed to look into the textbooks, and it was really hard to find an answer. And now you are in a situation where it's not hard to find an answer, but it's hard to frame a question. So I think the creativity has gone to the teachers. They need to frame questions efficiently over the limitations of what ChatGPT. So if you were to ask 9 out of 10 times ChatGPT to reverse your characters in the name, it's going to fail. It still does not answer it efficiently. Say, if I say, my name is Anup, and I ask ChatGPT to reverse my name, reverse the characters, it's not going to do it right. Because it's more on the probabilistic nature of the words as to what falls next after a particular character, and it has never seen my name in reverse. So in order to be creative in making quizzes or framing problems, you have to thoroughly know what are the limitations of ChatGPT or any generative AI technique, and that would lead you or allow you to open up all of those spaces where you could be creative. So it's sort of staying one step ahead of the game. And if you don't know the limitations, then you're never going to be able to be in a situation that allows you to catch up with the game. So I think framing the right questions and then sort of knowing the limits of the game will allow you to know as a teacher that no matter how hard these students try, they are not going to get the answer that I expect, and then sort of leave them to a point where they can start exploring further.
Here's another question.
Can I just add one thing? Because what I want to stress is that the relationship between teacher and student, first of all, is not the relationship of like cat and mouse, so that one is running away and the other is trying to catch them. And it's like, I caught you, you are wrong, it's bad. Because this is a big problem that we have in Poland. It's like that you make tests, you're good at tests, perfect. You cannot do anything else, you can just answer questions from the sheet. And this doesn't foster innovation, if I can say it's a, let's say, used phrase. But also the point is that when it comes to generative AI, what we're promoting on this, let's say, creativity on creating questions, is that sometimes teachers are less proficient in new tools and the kids are. So we're promoting like a reverse education scheme in which we create lessons for the students, how they can teach the teachers how to use tools like that. So I think this is an interesting point in which this can be helping the creativity process on both sides.
Just a quick remark about not productivity, it was about creativity, sorry. I think there was a big strike in United States to protect our productivity, human productivity, about script writers. It's a strike for, I think, 1 month. It's very important. I think very important because we must say that. We must say that we have a human creativity. It's very important to protect that, to protect our copyrights, because if you know that foundation models it use a lot of data about writers, about designers, so it's very important to protect our future. So I think we can protect that, but we have to be aware about that, and creativity is key. I think very important for a lot of work, because I think that's why this strike to me is very important, and they won. It's very important they won, because they said, yeah, human creativity, human production is very important, and is what we want to do in the future. Not a ChatGPT scenario, something like that. No, we want to produce. We can have an help. We can hand-to-hand process. It's not a big deal for me. It's okay. We can use it to think out of the box. I think it could be useful for that, to think out of the box. But after that, it's human who decide at the end. So it's very important to protect creativity. We can do it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. There was another comment.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark, again. I really wish, you are my professor for most of my studies. You really have good, intriguing points. I fully agree. There is, in my research over the last about 4 years now, I have realized that all these AI tools are more mere tools. It's how we use them. There are people who can steal after they break up on a house. Similarly, there are people who will misuse GPT. So I think the problem here is the people who don't understand this tool, actually they try to put it down. They find the devil in all the details. By no means I disregard what Nicholas is saying. It is very important there. Now in India, for example, when we are till high school, we are not permitted to use calculators in our school, obviously, because they want to teach us maths. The moment you go to your bachelor program, they expect you to use a scientific calculator. So there is a reason to do it. So immediately, the connect is here. AI, especially generative AI, is a tool. So if, let's say, a supervisor is able to make a paper in half an hour, why not? The next point comes in about ethics, the work's ethics. And of course, if the guy is not ethical, there are laws to govern against it. So I think we should allow it to progress, and there are people who will misuse it. But after all, it's just a tool. Thank you.
Can I briefly just, I have a 14-year-old daughter who's in secondary school right now, and she's asked me this question. She knows that I'm doing this research, and she's asked me, why am I having to study all these different languages? So they make her study English, German, French, and she had a year of Greek and Latin. And she says, well, I can use Google Lens to just point towards whatever I want to read, and I can read it. It's probably within time, and she's probably right. Some translator in your phone that you'll just translate whatever you hear into something that you can actually understand. Why do I have to learn it? And I guess my answer also speaks to the creativity debate. you can learn the languages also for learning the language's sake, right? There is no need for you to study ancient Greek or Latin anymore because nobody speaks it anymore. But you learn it, you study it because it enriches you as a human being. And the same can be said for different types of creativity. So even if this technology as a tool can actually help us to do things more productively, that doesn't mean that we actually have to use it all the time. There's also the quality of learning for learning's sake, I guess, that we should not forget.
Yeah, there was another.
Good morning, great session. Just want to give a brief background about myself. So I'm a data analytics professional. I started my journey with this field from statistics back in 2017, and then we moved on. Like next year, we moved on to the machine learning aspects of it, and then now there's AI, there's large language models, LLM. Everything is happening at very fast pace. So, just want to say that learning all these things at this pace is very difficult from a personal point of view, from a workplace point of view. My boss keeps on saying that you know machine learning, you knew regression yesterday, now you have to learn the entire chat GPT and LLMs, how do they work? So I want to ask, is there an end to this? Like, will this technology plateau maybe 5 or 10 years down the line, or is it gonna go at the same speed forever? And are the policies regarding education and you said that we need to reskill, the education needs to change. So let's say if there's a like 10-year-old who's been asked to learn about LLMs at that very early age, and 5 years down the line that is irrelevant again. So I want to ask if this technology is gonna plateau 10 years down the line, or should we, what's the strategy gonna be for workers like me? So thank you.
It's a difficult question. Maybe you should reply to it yourself. But I think one thing that we can say is that one major skill for the future will be learning how to learn new things, how to get into new things, and because I don't believe that there's a plateau and it will stop developing or advancing. So, but maybe let's hear. Yeah.
Just a word. I think, for example, prompt engineering in the future will be very important. So I think we will learn it maybe at school level, because we have to define to increase productivity is very important to understand prompt engineering. It could be useful for everyone. It could be very important for engineers, because you can have a high level engineering about prompt, and because it I think it's the best way to begin acculturation in company at company level. Okay, but at the beginning it's very important to understand how to have an interaction with artificial intelligence. It's the first step to me.
I will just say about the technology and the process, because I think that's very true that we need to learn. But the point is, when does it stop? Does it stop? Is it going to be forever? Is it going to be every article on ChatGPT every next day, and Gemini and Delta and whatever, and we're just going to be floored with all the Greek letters? Maybe. But from what the technology people are saying and from what we see, we're starting to run out of compute. And there is starting to be not enough compute to train those big models. As maybe you have seen, the GPT-5, everybody said it will be there. It's not there yet. Doesn't seem to be there yet. And the point is that there is a level to which this sort of training of models, which is basically as we say it, it's the generating of a new token, which is the point of the neuroscientists think that humans think differently. Not like that. Of course, some things like this, some things don't. But I believe that we will never, that this will plateau, as you say, because of the differences in how we create thoughts and we create semantic concepts which are not available, that's what I think, by those generative models right now. So I hope it will plateau and that it will be just one tool that we have in our cap. And I think a new model will come over one day or the other. So I think, as I said, just keep learning. I'm sorry.
I'm ready to follow up on that, if you will. So if my understanding is correct, so GenAI is not the only type of AI around, right? And I guess I think it's good to comment on the things that we we know will happen now, or we expect will happen now, is based on this conception of AI in a very narrow form, as a form of AI that is very good in one specific task, and can do that in a level that is superior to human proficiency in it. But there is concerted efforts to also build something more general, and the building blocks are there. So the first paper is on transfer learning, have been published, I guess, in 2019, and I think the whole Q-star debate on OpenAI is also about this. It's about a model that can be used to learn something in one domain and then apply what it's learned in another domain. And then you're building the building blocks for an artificial general intelligence, and I guess that will be a game changer, right? So that's this might plateau off, but in a world in which also artificial general intelligence, specifically if it's superhuman, plays a role, then I guess most of the things that we've been telling up until now are becoming the more rosy parts of the future. I don't know what will happen then. I've seen no models that predict that. We shouldn't end like this. We should figure out something.
I think, we should stop here. Maybe it's time to close the session. Many thanks to all of you for this interesting discussion and for your active participation. It was a great pleasure having you here all. And thank you for your attention and your comments. And at the end of the session, I wanted to thank also the panelists. It was great having you here, and also the organizers for your great support. If you are interested in that topic, especially when it comes to generative AI at the workplace, please connect with our working group, Future of Work. We are happy to have collaborators, to have partners for this important topic. Reach out to us. We are happy to connect. Thank you and have a good day. With working group, I give you my business card. You can just.
We're doing a picture.
लगा दो ना, ये जो हमिंग आ रही है सब में ही आ रही है, उसमें भी आ रही है, इसमें भी आ रही है, वेट लगा दो।
उसके अंदर कोई सेटिंग नहीं होती भाई, वो डायरेक्ट आपका गया हुआ है, अंदर जा रहा है सेटिंग। और कल सुने थे, एक मिनट, कल सुने थे आपने किसने? कैमरा वाले को नहीं आता।
Check, 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 check. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey.
check. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello. सही है.
Check, check, one. Hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello. Check, check, one, check this, one. Hello, hello. Zoom का फेस दिखा कहाँ है? Check, check, hello, check, check, hello, hello. check. अब देखिए जरा हुआ कम check. Hello check. Check check check. One. Hello. Check. One. Hello. Check. Hello. वन लेवल भी आ गया तेरा। हेलो चेक वन वन चेक चेक वन चेक दिस चेक वन चेक दिस check one check this check one check this one, check, check, one, check this, check.
Check, check. Hello, hello, hello.
Check, one, check this, one, hello, check, check, one, check this, one, hello, check.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Check, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, check, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, hello. This, this, hello, 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 hello. हेलो चेक हेलो टेस्ट हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो स्पीकर में नहीं आ रही ये देख इसको निकाल दिया चेक हेलो 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 लेवल कम करो चेक हेलो 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 ठीक है देख हेलो ठीक है चेक हेलो हेलो कर दिया मैंने और कम करूं चेक हेलो देख और कम करूं ठीक है हेलो 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 मैंने यहाँ से बढ़ा दी हेलो 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 चेक हेलो हेलो ठीक तो है अब कहाँ आ रही है
check, check, check. Hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. One, two, two. Hey. Check, 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 check. One, two, two. Check, two.
चेक हेलो टिस टिस हेलो आ गया ठीक है
Versatility of a wonder material, shape ways to repurpose.
Success because it solved a lot of our problems.
Là, ça va quand même. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session on AI transformation path, an Indian and African unit for sustainable development. The session today is mostly about the kind of conversation around concrete initiative on AI happening in India and in Africa. Sometimes these initiatives can be similar, they can be common, and they are sometimes different too. But we are not going to talk only about a practical solution, AI solution going on. We will also go through policy because we need an enabling environment to support what is happening. But before diving in our discussion, it's very important to flag that the session is titled India and Africa, but Africa is not a country. Africa is a very large, and we are here to discuss in a very horizontal manner, so that in equal manner, and where everyone can learn from the other, because we have different contexts, we have different reality, and we have different skills. I think we are more complementary. That is the vision of this conversation. So to conduct this great discussion, we have panelists coming from Africa and India, and I'm myself from Cameroon, even if I'm a research and residence at SEMIA. We also have Sedina, who is a lecturer in Senegal. University is very complex. And we have Alison Gilward from South Africa. She's the executive director of ICT. Here in India, we have Kirti Pandey. She's from GIZ. And we have Vinit, sorry for the pronunciation. He's working with, for Dalberg, his associate partner there. And we have Anko Bansal, who is the founder of JDE partner. So thank you again for accepting to be here today and lead this discussion. Our session is very is a series of questions around some specific topics that we have selected together. We have co-designed this question a few weeks ago. And the first question I'm going to ask Sedina is, what are some of the most impactful AI projects you are working on in Africa, and what made them successful?
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Hello, everyone. Nice question. I will try to respond with some project. It is project on governance on public policy. The first one is the work we are doing with AU. AU is building his own Pan-African strategy. So it's a work we begin more than 1 year ago, and we are on the end. And I think that it will be launched on January, next January. Also, it is a Pan-African strategy involving different experts from different countries in Africa. The second one is it's also in governance. It's the national strategy of Senegal. They are both. One, it's data strategy on data, and the second one is a strategy on AI. So we are having now a flagship project in building some data space with the agriculture sector and tourism sector. So it's a multi-stakeholder initiative, so it's very good. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sedina, for this this first reply. I think Pandev, you have been working also in some project between Africa and India, and, specifically on agriculture and so on. Please, can you explain or share?
Thank you, Thomas. So, based on the session's themes today, I would like to talk about an AI use case that we are working together with the Gates Foundation and Clear Global. The project is called the Agriculture Information Exchange Platforms, where we are trying to build an omni-channel advisory for farmers where they can access information in their own language and in the format that they desire. And I would also like to give a background of the project, why we came up with this idea of an omni-channel of platform which can act as a smart assistant to farmers. We realized that the advisory services in agriculture are quite fragmented, and while the public extension system tries to make up for reach to as many farmers as possible, but the format is not scalable, and to be honest, and the cost of adoption of any new practice can go from $16 to $35. So in order to reach smallholder farmers in a scalable manner, we felt we need a flat solution where advisory can reach farmers in the format they desire. And a very special focus of ours is on women farmers, because we realize that while the information which is in the public domain, which is quite fragmented and may not be in the language that they want to access it, they might face digital divide or something. So let's say a women farmer sitting in, working in the field, a small field of Bhagalpur, Bihar. She wants to experiment with a new climate-friendly agriculture practice. And she might be hesitant to reach out to other male farmers who might be in the neighboring fields, or maybe even the extension workers. So if she could access this service on her feature phone or in whatever format she desires, that is where we would consider this to be a success. And a very unique part of this project, which we are doing in Kenya as well as Bihar, India, is that we are developing the entire platform as an open source digital public infrastructure, so that this can be scaled across geography in India, Africa, and perhaps different countries of the world. So yeah, that's about the information exchange platform.
Thank you. Maybe Vinit, can you share your experience too?
Thank you. And just before I share a few examples, I would say a quick introduction. Dalberg is a strategic advisory firm, but we also have a big data function which has historically done a lot of ML and now increasingly AI work. So some of these examples are actually from there. We're working with actually Kirti on the agriculture one, so she's asked me strictly not to talk about that one, so I'll pick a couple of other examples. The one that I think is really exciting is a GenAI application where we're saying how do you actually solve for how do you provide data analytics and insights to low acumen users? So how do you think of healthcare workers on the front lines, and how can they actually interact with massive amounts of data that sits with, say, DIHS2 and other DPIs, for instance, in government systems. So that's a tool that we are building and actually implementing in a couple of countries in Africa. And I think is a, again, philanthropic initiative right now, but hoping that goes mainstream. And I think the other one, this is an example from nearly 7-8 years ago when I had just joined Dalberg, which I thought was really fascinating. This was a piece of work we did with GSMA. At that point, there was a lot of talk around gender gap in smartphone and telco usage. Now we talk about gender gaps in financial services and increasingly sort of gender implications in AI. At that time, it was smartphones and telco usage, and we said, can we look at cell phone data, so mobility patterns, phone patterns, call patterns, SMSs, how far are you going from your household, top-up patterns, and so on, to actually figure out if the phone is really being used by a man or a woman, and then actually work with the telcos to actually provide insights to actually take that further and help bridge that divide. And I feel like that's fascinating, and I think is an example that can be used not just in telco, but also financial services and also health access and so on. All you need is the same toolkit being applied on massive amounts of data and some very smart ground truthing to happen. So those, I would say, would be the two examples I would pick.
Thank you. I'll go up to you. Give the mic to Anko so that you can.
So we are working on two applications of AI. One is very similar to what Kirti mentioned, is in the agriculture, where the problem statement is how do you democratize all the research which has been done by the agriculture university and provide that insight in the hand of the farmer, the smallholder farmer. So what we have done is we have trained the AI model on some 16,000 research paper of agriculture university and really give that power to the farmer, where they can ask the question in their local language through voice, through text, and then the sort of the algorithm search for that information in that agriculture university. And the reason for picking the agriculture university was because India has so many agroclimatic zones. So, and every advice you give to the farmer is so contextualized to the environment they live in, right? So that's how we did it, and that's the one use case we are doing it. But the second one is we are doing on the basically the sentiment analysis of women in distress, where we have collected some 100,000 odd responses of women who call the helpline when they are in some sort of a distress. It could be sexual harassment, it could be domestic violence, it could be many cases, and really to decode the sentiments out of the things they have said from their verbal this thing, and using that sentiment analysis to train the frontline worker of the call center. So when these women call these telecaller, they're better tuned in terms of what are the sentiments which were coming in from what areas and what type of crimes and all. So that's another application we are building on using some of the AI application, really to see how better training can happen. So empathy can come when the telecounselors are talking to those women who are in distress at odd hours and odd areas and all. So these are the two applications we are building in. Early days, I think the value add seems to be better targeting of information. I would say faster delivery and huge reduction in the cost. Like in agriculture, what we are seeing is that if governments start providing this advisory to the farmers, then the annual cost of providing the advisory comes to be less than $1 a year. And currently government is spending around $9 to $10 by using the SMS or various other channels of communication. So that's how we are looking at AI in our work.
Okay, thank you so much. Now that we have a great overview of what we are working on and so on, it's clear that we have some common point. Agriculture is something that we are working all on. Governance also, and we can also see that there is this willingness to see a community engage in what you are doing. So I will I will ask Alison, from your experience and from what you have here, is it what is your perspective about this? Do you see any kind of mutualization that we can put to benefits from this collaboration, this conversation around AI?
Thanks very much, Thomas. So, of course, these are fabulous opportunities, and I think especially where there's similar contextual conditions. There are conditions either of of deprivation, of inequalities, of gender abuse, and those kinds of things. There are obviously universal aspects to that. There are also very fundamental differences, and I think your point when you started off by saying, Africa is not a country, just to remind people, and there's lots, there over 50 member states with in various regions, different, colonial legacies and political systems, and then culturally within those, multiple languages, hundreds and hundreds of languages, etc. So it's very, very different in some ways, but then also some of those things I've mentioned also make it quite similar to India. Obviously from, a kind of creating conditions for the deployment of AI in the sort of public interest in the ways that have been spoken about here, one does need a enabling environment for that to happen. Otherwise, these are very difficult to scale. They're very difficult even to start off if one doesn't have the sort of right conditions in place and the political will to make these happen. So I think, really one of the kind of collaborations really need to be around the issues of governance, and creating these enabling environments. And that's obviously very important at the national level, and I think a lot of us are focused on national strategies, and Senegal's African leader in this area trying to forge ahead in that area. There are global and continental initiatives that have emerged just very recently in Africa over the last few years that are very exciting and create the conditions for these kinds of collaborations to happen. We have the digital transformation strategy, which mandated the setting up of a data policy framework, which the African Union did, and we have had the member states sign off on that 2 years ago, and I believe the Senegal data policy is aligning with that. It's a very progressive document, actually, and was coming as a full data governance document. So it's personal data, which is already, from GDPR, we've got a potted history in Africa anyway, but it brings us together under a very aspirational and progressive framework for data policy that really is the kind of foundational rock bed for some of these initiatives. So, where we're trying to either get, access to data or open data sets, or, access to public interest information or personal information in the public interest, it's important that we've got these frameworks in place. I think we've got, examples throughout the continent of, third-party experimentation, often in the name of humanitarian processes that are, basically experimenting human experiments on the continent with no protection, no frameworks in place, no, governance or ethical frameworks in place. So I think those are the kinds of things that we do experience a common experience in. But then I think the other aspect is very much that a lot of this governance now needs to happen at the global level. And, and India is showing a lot of leadership, obviously from coming off the back of the G20 leadership of the leadership of G20. There are lots of initiatives that can be built on, but they also, so we can take something like digital infrastructures, for example, as a real opportunity to create, common platforms for public development of AI, etc. But they're going to look very different in Africa. We don't have the same institutional capacities, state resources, private sector investments, and those sort of things. So they're going to look quite different, but we can still share these ideas. And just last point, I think on the global governance, we have got a civil society initiative. It's got some buy-in from some governments, and certainly some buy-in from UN Secretary General's Tech Envoy for leveraging the Global Digital Compact and the G20 Troika leadership of India, and now Brazil, and then coming to South Africa. And I think, within BRICS, within a number of activities, the inclusion of the African Union in these activities really means that we can get this African voice more active, and harmonization on the continent more active, so that we can speak with a common interest in some of these global arenas.
Thank you so much. Sedina, building on what Alison just said, when we take a use case like agriculture, I know that you are working on, even if you just mentioned agro-energy, you are working on agriculture also. What do you think in terms of mutualization you can teach or share with the Indian stakeholder, or what we as African can learn from them, from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, I'm working on the technical part on subject like agriculture, education, and something like that. And in agriculture, we are working on a project to have more. I think my English is gone. To know more about the rice culture, rice. Okay, so we are working with all the stakeholders in the rice sector to build a common data space first, and to work on use cases, how to improve the yield of the agriculture, and how to predict the yield with satellite images, to know the yield can be specified by some projection about the past and something like that. So in this case, it's we have a HPC in Senegal, but as you know, the HPC in Senegal is a small one, so we can the compute is key for machine learning, and I think that it could be a way to share something with India. It could be also in the way we are doing the models. We can share our approaches so that we can improve our models. So something like that. I think that in the data too, we have a lot of data. We have a lot of stakeholders working on rice for the agricultural part. So we can also share a lot of data, but India can share also a lot of data, so that we can have data with different environment to have better results, I think, for our models.
Thank you. Yes, Casey, from what you are doing, GIZ is doing through Fair Forward, and what is the practical action you have put in place or you are set up to facilitate this mutualization? I know that you have some platform, or you are setting up something like a platform. Yeah, you are working on it. Yes. Can you expand in few words?
I think I'll just take a step back here and talk about our voice initiatives. And the reason I want to highlight that is because, in my opinion, in the past couple of decades, the three major user experience changes that has happened as the first one was web-based web page, where you move from hard paper to web-based form. The next one was touch screen, and the third one, which we are experiencing, is voice-based solutions. We are quite used to accessing services through our voice, like we are familiar with Alexa, we are familiar with Siri, and as GIZ, we are trying to democratize voice-based solutions. In fact, the information exchange platform wants to use voice as a major tool of deploying agriculture-based advisory. And in our endeavor to do so, we have, together with the Gates Foundation, supported IISc, the Indian Institute of Sciences, in collection of voice and text data in 9 low-resource languages. And the idea behind it is to make this data open to public in public domain, and let innovators and deploy solutions, voice-based solutions in not just agriculture, but healthcare, financial inclusion, and different sectors for public consumption. And as they say, the proof of pudding lies in having it. So AIEP is a use case emerging out of many of the voice data. But the challenge here is we have 7,000 languages spoken globally, about 2,000 in Africa, and about 1,500 plus in India. So there's a long way to go before we collect this data, and to strengthen these, to make contextualized solutions available in local languages, we need a lot more data collection. We need LLMs which can be contextualized in low resource languages without using much compute power, as Serena said, because that's something we have in limited availability. Yeah, so
Thank you. Anku, I will turn to you. What is or what are the main challenges you are facing in running your project here in India and the other one you are running across the world?
I think the biggest challenge is, although it's fascinating to build these use cases, but how to keep the privacy of the data also intact. That's a big question, which many of the practitioners are just dabbling with. That how do you create that balance of privacy, but at the same time build solution over the existing data? And there is always that greed of having more and more granular data, more and more data which is more useful, but at the same time when you try to be responsible, so there is a balance. There's no right or wrong answer, but I think that's where the responsible AI framework needs to come in and really provide that guidance, a common guidance to all the practitioners. So people are not making their own sort of judgment, because there can be error in judgment when you're dealing with the privacy of data and all, and that's something, but I think now is the right time to sort of address this issue, because if you just address it too soon, then the innovation cannot happen at a certain pace. But now, because these use cases are getting popular, many of us are using it in different shape and form. So some clarity is there. That's the first challenge. And the second is, I think there has been various initiatives in India like Bhashini, which is democratizing this, all the languages of India and all, but lot more efforts like this needs to happen, where the public infrastructure which is required for AI can be built, and then this can really, really accelerate the pace of innovation in the hand of people who really needs this innovation. That's something, but I feel it cannot happen overnight, and this is the time where these things are happening. So these are the two challenges which I feel are important to get clarity and find common grounds with participation of all the stakeholder. So all these voices are heard, and just which creates the balance. I think that's what I would say from our experience of just the challenges and what responsibility lies ahead.
Yes, with that, it seems like you have a lot to say. Yes, go ahead.
I think I fully agree with what Ankur just said. I think one of the big things that I've seen, I'm not just talking of AI, I'm just talking of tech in general, is that quite often we take a tech first lens and actually forget the user. And that to me, I think, is the biggest challenge, especially for use cases, applications that are not market driven. So market has a way of figuring these out, because you will go tech first, you're not able to make money, you will iterate and go back and so on. But like for good, social good, social impact use cases, that does not happen automatically. And I'll give you an example. 4 or 5 years ago, India launched this huge campaign on soil health cards in the country. Every village had multiple soil samples being collected. Massive exercise. You're not even supposed to do it every 2 years, but we still wanted to do it every 2 years. Every farmer got a health card and so on. Most farmers were not even able to read that health card. Like they were not able to even like make sense of what's happening, right? So of course, AI can help, LLMs can help and so on, but there was a fundamental trust deficit that this soil sample is not from my field. And so how do I trust what's actually coming through? And like if you think of, and we did a project back then with CGAR entity, and we realized that if you run an machine learning algorithm on the soil sample that has actually come through, you actually need to do 1/60th tests to actually get to the same quality of data. But you know, the problem of actually adoption of the user gets actually far worse, because they are already struggling with the fact that you're not taking the soil from my place. So you can think of all tech and think of all solutions, but unless there's a market force that's actually solving for it, it will not automatically happen. And especially for, I think, impact use cases, we often forget that. So that, I would say, is sort of one of the things that we have seen across just smartphone use, feature phones, financial services, fintech, edtech, and so on. So you name any technology, and I think that's a consistent. And I think it's the biggest roadblock that I see, at least for use cases that are not market driven?
Thank you so much. So it's clear that you are pledging for all of you, from my understanding, you are pledging for participation of local communities. You are pledging for balancing power, and we saw also that local communities are aware of what is going on with their data and application development. So it's clear that we need to consider ethical aspect in what we are doing. And Alison, I ask you to give us, because we are enjoying your newsletter, and we are learning a lot through. It will be great to expand on this aspect, ethical consideration on AI.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And of course, you've given me the opportunity to you've opened the door on an important aspect of work that we've been doing in GPAI expert groups. And I'm particularly referring to one of the projects within the data governance working group that Thomas has also been working on, particularly dealing with data justice. And this work really grew out of the emerging discourse on responsible AI and ethics by design. And of course, while human rights, human-centered, ethical research is absolutely critical, these are necessary conditions. What we have been arguing, and there is a policy brief and a series of primers, social justice and economic primers on this, on the GPAI website, and we'll have a working session tomorrow morning, so I urge you to look into all of those. But that, you can check the boxes on some of these legally from a rights point of view. You can have your privacy in place, you can have your kind of ethics checklists and by design, and you can still have unjust outcomes because people aren't actually enabled to exercise their rights, or you've done the ethical check, but actually there are other factors that mean that you can't unbias your data set, for example. And at the moment we don't have a lot of things that actually say, well, at that point it doesn't go to market. You don't put it out there because actually you can't fix that problem. You just tick all the other boxes and say, well, we did all the other stuff. So I'm going to let other people also speak, because I don't want to minimize the importance of ethics. They're obviously, as I said, they're critical to making your research compliant or your R&D compliant. But yeah, it needs to be contextualized, and it needs to be clear that whatever protections there are there, whatever guardrails are there, are not only there in terms of the developers, but also the service providers that are going to deploy that technology, and then of course the people who are actually going to be using it, the data subjects, or not even the data subjects, because they might have even been up there in the development of the data sets, but the people who this is going to impact on, automated decision making or something, actually are able to exercise those protections that they might get in law.
Setting up this enabling environment, it seems like policy or policymakers are really important. They need to be involved in this. And from the work we are doing, Sedina, in African Union, I think with Alison too, can you tell us what you are preparing for in terms of policy for Africa to face this kind of
for AI or
for AI?
For AI. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are working on a strategy, a Pan-African strategy, and some pillars. The pillar. There are some pillars that are common. It's infrastructure. It's very important. Infrastructure on data and compute infrastructure. On talent acquiring and retaining, it's a great challenge to have talent on AI. We emphasize the collaboration, the international cooperation. It's very important for Africa if we want to leapfrog some technical issues. And on acquiring data, collecting data, and having the culture of dealing with data. This is a great challenge for Africa. There is a lot of data not digitalized, and sometimes when the process is digitalized, the data is not stocked and is wasted, so you don't use it anymore. So it's this kind of challenge that we have, and the strategy, the objective of the strategy is to have a global framework where countries in Africa can have some ideas to build their own national strategies, because we think that it's important for each country to have their own national strategies. And in the Pan-African strategies, the main project will be to build cooperation between countries, so that we can share some compute or data or talent or something like that. So yes.
Thank you so much, Vinet. And with the work you are doing, the work to support organization and maybe countries and so on, what is your advice in terms of supporting policy, national policy or collaboration in order to enable AI in our different contexts? Yes, please.
I think it's a great question, and I was thinking a lot about this question when you asked me to talk about this. I think there's a standard response on we should need to think about these things. It needs to be inclusive and all of that. But I think some of the remarks or conversations here. So I'm going to not answer that question, but I think give you a provocation back, which is like, I feel like the pace at which we are thinking, the pace at which we are seeing technology being adopted in our societies today. So like you think of the 100 million phone users, to Facebook users, to smartphone users, and so on and so forth, to say a ChatGPT users. I think the time frames are actually shrinking geometrically, right? But even when we talk of collaboration or policy systems and so on, we still continue to talk about national frameworks, G20 coordination, UN systems, and there's a lot of sort of value in these systems, but I feel they were already lagging. Right? It's not like these systems are actually working. Right? They didn't never work for even smartphone adoption, for instance, in the countries. I feel like they're not enough for even AI, right? So I'm sorry I don't have an answer for you directly, but it's a provocation, right? Like we really need to think of what does the new world of how do we do policy for new tech proactively and so on. And like, of course, there are examples of EU leading the way, for instance, on many of these things. But I feel like we fundamentally need to think slightly differently about these things. And I'm sorry, I don't have an answer, more of a provocation though for you.
That is a great answer, I think. And maybe Anku has something to add or to on this point.
Yeah. So I think slightly differently than what sort of Vineet just said. I think one of the reason why the time is shrinking for the adoption of this is because fundamentally these technologies are bringing in a lot of stakeholder in the fray to begin with. And I think earlier, like I look at the smartphone, like the Blackberries of the world, they had their own OS which was not open, but then Android came and that OS became decentralized where other manufacturers could use it, and that's why the penetration of the smartphone could really increase. And that's what's happening in AI, where a lot of these LLM models which are being created, they are being created with a fundamental belief that no one will have the absolute monopoly on these things, and they will decentralize. And that's why I would not say democratize this in the real sense, but at least lot of the government initiatives, like what India is doing with Bhashni and all, they can get plugged in into that, which can democratize the use cases to a larger sort of a segment. That's what I believe. And my fundamental belief, at least what I've read or what I've seen, is the time of shrinking for adoption is happening because fundamentally, whether they are formal, informal, but some collaboratives are happening in the design itself, how the technology is getting built, and that's why we are just reaching the scale, which earlier took probably a year, but now it's taking a week only. So that's what at least my view is. Don't know how right I am or not, because that at least my view is that formally, informally, some collaborations are happening.
Okay.
And just example being WhatsApp, right? Most of us, at least, I've seen many of these solutions which are built on WhatsApp. So ultimately, the delivery is happening through a different channel. Not many are coming forward and saying we will create a communication engine or a communication platform to deliver our sort of AI model to the last mile, which is fascinating because that's how the collaborations are happening. And probably now the thinking is, again, what I just said in the previous question, is around how do we make this responsible so that data privacy can be there and all the models are like equitable, there's an inclusivity and all. Those things are challenge which will eventually will get solved. But right now, how these building blocks are happening through a Lego boxes approach, that everyone is focused on building a Lego block. And then someone is saying that I need 4 blocks and I can just make my model out of the 4 Lego blocks. Someone might say I need a more sophisticated system which will require 15 Lego blocks. And that's how I think the collaborations are happening in the ecosystem of tech.
Thank you. And maybe you have some point.
I think a lot has been said by the panelists, but policy is one of the 3 fundamental pillars that we at Fair Forward work on. And I'll agree with my co-panelists on the fact that technology development is, the pace of technology development is quite high. There's some new AI coming up every hour, new LLM coming every day, and probably some significant development happening in the field of artificial intelligence in every 2 weeks, and something that could be categorized as a risk happening in every 2 months. So while I might also not have a straightforward answer to it, but I can share how we at Fair Forward try to tackle this. We understand that we might not be able to keep up with the pace of technological development, but a key to drafting policies is knowledge sharing and peer-to-peer learning. So we have, in one of the AI capacity building workshops in 2021, we came up with the idea of Asia-Africa Policymaker Network, where we provide platform for physical and virtual meetings for key stakeholders in the policy-making ecosystems. We have people from the ICT ministry, the data, and state governments who are part of this network, and they share their insights, they share their learnings on the new development and experiences in their respective countries or states. And out of this, we have at least successfully been able to come up with few strategies, like we launched the AI procurement guidelines in Telangana, and the reason was that Telangana government is quite proactive in terms of new technological development, and I think it's a major concern for government to understand how they can procure AI-based products and how they can probably regulate AI. So that is one thing that came out of it. And there's national AI strategy that's happening in Rwanda, which is also emerging from this. So in the morning panel, someone was saying that just like nobody is ready for parenthood, so the policymakers are definitely not ready for AI, but what we can do is probably try to ensure that the knowledge is shared and maybe minimize the lag between technology development and the policy framework coming in. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your input. Now we will open question for the public. If someone has a question, we are open to receive your question.
Hi, I think both Africa and India has done pretty well on the fintech front. Didn't hear any discussion on that, so I was wondering, are we only just talking about things where we are not done well? Can we also talk about things where we are doing well? Maybe that's a good collaboration to start with.
I can share. I think it's a great point. I'll give you sort of a tangible example of how we have tried to do this. I think fully point taken. I think on fintech, I think both countries. Most countries, yes, I would say, and I think one very tangible example that we, for example, where we actually learned from how this happens in Kenya, for instance, is one of the AgriFin program, where we looked at how they actually think of digital financial services for farmers and place them in the context of their actual farming needs overall. So it's not just credit for the sake of credit, but how do you bundle that with, say, seeds, how do you bundle that with fertilizer and so on, and actually create a bundled offering, for instance, built together. And we said, why can't we do that in India? And so over the past few months, we have been actually trying to do the same thing with the insurance for women farmers in UP, and say, can we bundle insurance, advisory, as well as the whole suite of agriculture products and services that they need. So I think fully agree with you that there's so much to learn. And I think the other tangible example that comes to mind is the One Future Alliance that the government of India is now actively trying to push as a part of the G20 work, right? All the commitment to say that we'll open up all our DPIs and DPGs and take that forward. And I think, and we were doing some work with the UNDP, and in 50 countries, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say there were easily 8 to 10 countries who were already in that journey to adopting DPIs, and many of the DPIs are actually in the finance space and laying foundations of fintech. So much we will see significant action on that front. So like, I couldn't agree more. I think there are success stories there, and that's what I think initially the question was asked, which is like, what can India learn from Africa? I think a lot of the frugal innovation for low resource setting is applicable very much in sort of many parts of India as well. And I think there are significant sort of learnings that we can actually take. And some of the work around MyAgro that Safaricom does and so on, DigiFarm, is actually standout examples which India has not seen yet, for instance. So thank you for that question.
Yes, I can also complete on this with my personal experience, because I'm running a lab in Cameroon called the Mwa Lab. Is a lab focused on synthetic biology, and we are developing some AI solution for healthcare. And in this, we are supported, or we are funded by Outreach. Outreach funds some internships. It's a 3-month internship. And in Cameroon, we are received. It's true that it's virtual, so they don't have to. The interns don't need to move to Cameroon, but we are receiving Indian internship. So they are doing their internship in Cameroon on topic that we are designed. So topic relevant for us, for our diseases, and there is a lot of documentation on what we have done with the Indian internship. Is mentioned in many papers on Nature, and even that is why you have been selected and amongst the top 100 list of UNESCO with this years. So that is what I can say, that we are working with Indian students, but to work on what is relevant for us, not to bring technology for India, but to learn from our perspective and try to work on it.
We are talking fintech, health, and agriculture. I'll also add healthcare examples, and I think Logi.ai has a booth in the exhibition area, and they've done phenomenal work in terms of oral health monitoring using AI in India and in Kenya. So there are a lot of healthcare diagnostic startups who are working simultaneously in India and Africa, and the way they work is phenomenal, because a lot of innovation is happening in India, and that is reaching. Now we are moving from the era of where India was exporting just generics to Africa, and we are just also exporting AI-based diagnostic and medical technology to Africa. So that's also something happening simultaneously.
if there's no more question, I will ask you to give a final word where you see the collaboration between India and Africa in few few years, in the very close future, since things are moving very fast. I will start by Cedilla because we are leaving.
Okay, thank you. I think that he mentioned it. I think DPI approach could be very, very interesting for African countries because we have a lot of to do with digitalization, and this could help a lot. So it could be the first phase, and after working on AI for everything in Africa.
I can go. I think, again, I would say that if in a few years' time we are able to say, and making this up, I would say 1 million entrepreneurs from who have actually interfaced with each other between India and Africa, and have had opportunities, for instance, to learn from each other, build on each other. I think fully agree with what you said around just building blocks and so on. I think that would be a huge success. Beyond, I think, the usual stuff around learning and so on, just actual human-to-human interface and learnings.
I think tech will just transfer from one country to another. They will not wait for any regulations or this thing to come, and that's the beauty of tech. It can cut through the borders and really fast track this. I think important would be really contextualizing this, like what you said, Alison. Context is very different, although the issues might be very similar, but context is very different. So how we training these models in the context specific this thing, that is something where the real collaboration can happen. So the mistakes which one is making, the other don't make it again, but at the same time, they might be need to make the mistake because the context warrants that to happen. So I think that's what I think the context is really important, that how do we build the partnership, how do we build these linkages for the context, because tech transfer, I don't see how borders can really stop that tech transfer to happen from here to anywhere or from anywhere to here. So that's my
See it in the terms of large-scale AI solutions being deployed for very local levels, for developing local level solutions. And I also see India and Africa coming together as champions of responsible AI and framing governance mechanism around it.
Thank you. Maybe I will ask Alison to give us a closing word.
Thank you. Mine builds very much on what Coach has just said. So going back to just the kind of global governance issues and the need for cooperation, I mean, I think that you're absolutely right that this technology is going to happen, and with the right kind of interests, collaborative interests, we will see a lot of those in agriculture, public sector kind of things. I just want to say, it really is important for Africa, and it's a critical part of the data policy framework, which will be the underpinnings of an AI strategy and framework, is also the commercial value creation in Africa. As you know, we don't only want to have great public value creation, which is a very struggle in many other countries, but we really also need to focus on commercial value creation. And I think at the global level, in terms of international trade and accessing big data or tech from big data and these kinds of things, limiting access to our data in order to create some kind of competitive advantage for our local developers and innovators and these kinds of things. Within sort of global trade and IP and these kinds of frameworks, it really challenges power relations and interests at a global level. And I think that's where India, certainly South Africa and Brazil in terms of IBSA, and then BRICS more widely, in the context of continental developments, can really play an important role, which at the moment, and I think India is showing great leadership here, but I think largely Africa's been really silent in these global discussions and debates.
Thank you so much, Alison. I think you summarized very well what we said. That is the end of our panel. In terms of a very close future, what we are planning to do is to release a policy brief on this session, emerging from this session. But the idea is not just to release a new paper amongst a ton of paper, is also to think about how we can implement concretely some of what we just discussed, even if it is in a very simple way, but really try to make something concrete and see how it's going. So, and we will be happy to have you on board if you want to contribute, if you want to say something. We are open to suggestions. So, thank you so much, and a round of applause for our panelists.